Hey, what's up, nerds and furs? It's the 22nd of December 2025, and I'm going to be playing some Guild Wars Reforged again because I am close to level 20. I'm in the final stretch, basically. I'm closing in on level 19, and then it's just got to keep doing this. This is going to be a bit of a grind, so I will be doing this repeatedly. This could take a few hours, so I'm going to need to find things to talk about. So I guess I could talk about how did I find this game. I guess it's a good thing to talk about, and like why I had latched onto this when World of Warcraft didn't do much for me. Oh boy. Oh, nope. There we go. I'm doing alright, G-Dubs, and thank you, by the way, for the 2 months of Tier 1. I appreciate it. Hope you guys are having a happy holiday. Whatever that holiday may be it Christmas, Kwanzaa, Hanukkah. Ramadan was, I think, last month, though. So, growing up, I did not have the opportunity to play many computer games because I didn't have a very good computer. When I entered high school, it was I had a friend who introduced me to the world of emulators and ROMs. He basically just burned a CD. He said, "Here, do you have a blank CD?" I said, "I can get one." It was like, maybe day 2 of, me going to a new school I'd never been to before because I'd just moved. And he said, "Here, if you have a CD, I can get you something." I said, "Okay, well, it depends on what it is, right?" Said, "Here, give me 2 CDs." And I did. He burned me a copy of StarCraft with Brood Wars and a pirated CD key. And on the second disc, he put just a shitload of ROMs and 2 emulators, CSNES and SNES 9X. And those ended up becoming kind of like a lifeline for gaming because I did not have a good gaming PC, but I did have a PC that was just barely capable of running emulators. An SNES emulator at the very least. That was how I got into it. And of course I had like a Nintendo 64 because, because that was just, what I had at the time. Had a Game Boy Color with like Pokemon Yellow, so I had very limited options. That's the takeaway. I had very limited options in what I could play. I basically had to pay for my own, and I had to get it used too. I had to pay for my own GameCube. I had to pay for my own Game Boy Advanced. So I mean, I did work for that kind of stuff. Yeah, my tires are placed on the 30th. Oh, good. Did they get damaged somehow, or were they just, wearing down? Hey, what's up, Lobo? So, what was I saying? I guess the general point is that at the time I had very limited options for gaming. And what I did have, I had to basically pay for, with the early jobs that I ended up getting. One of those things, though, that I did not have was a PC, so I had to make do with like a very bare bones PC that could handle stuff from like 1997. And it was good that it was able to handle that because it got me into two things that I don't think I ever would have gotten into otherwise, and that was Fallout 1, or the Fallout series in general, which is Fallout 1 and Fallout 2. Because the computer was barely able to handle that, and I found Fallout 1 and 2 in a bargain bin at Walmart. I'm like, you know what? These look like interesting games. They're cheap. I have $10. I'm going to try it out. So I did. And I was able to play through and complete both of them. No walkthroughs. Without much trouble. Now here's the thing, though. That lasted for maybe 2 years because here I was with like this crappy computer and everything, and then I can't remember what happened, but something happened where it needed to be opened up and taken a look at. I think it was too much dust on the inside, so it had to be dusted out. And for some reason, my dad decided to take out almost all of the internal RAM until there was only like 4 megabytes of it. 4 megabytes of RAM. For a computer after the year 2000. Which, fortunately enough, was barely enough to actually run the SNES emulators. It was something like 4 megabytes. I can't remember. It didn't have any of the RAM that it had before till I brought it up. So for a while, I wasn't able to play Fallout 1 and 2 because it required some actual RAM in order to play. I did eventually get that RAM back, and I was able to play through like most of the first disc of, well, Midgar, basically. The Midgar segment of Final Fantasy VII, which I borrowed from a friend. So anyways, how does this all relate to like Guild Wars and how I came about it? So there was, this is a long story, but I kind of feel like reminiscing, on history during the holidays. But some people may know that years back, I was in a car accident, which resulted in both of my legs getting broken. If you like the original Fallout games, you may want to look into the game Arcanum. It's a similar vein, but steampunk, with interesting play between magic and tech. I actually have that off of Good Old Games, and I do have it installed, but I've never gotten around to actually sitting down and playing it because it just comes across as, confusing. But I want to sit down and I want to be able to do that and Underrail, because they're both very similar games to Fallout, or so I'm told. And I would like to learn more about them. So, they're old and worn. The tread is about 3. Okay, yeah, you're definitely gonna need to get them replaced. Well, I'm glad that you're able to get them changed out. That's good. That'll keep you safe. So, anyways, as some people may know, I know Narton knows this. At one point, I was in a car accident, which left me with 2 broken legs. One was like a compound fracture in like my tibia-fibia area. The other was like my femur was basically just pulverized. At the time, I was actually more worried. Maybe even 30 seconds after it happened, I was more worried about the fact that it was my dad's car. Than the fact that my legs were broken, because I didn't know. It happened so fast it didn't even really register that my legs were broken. But it was the other guy's fault, and it was pretty open and shut. They did their police report, and it's like, okay, this guy fucked up. He drove straight on a turning lane while the light was red. Something that could have, several elements that could have easily been avoided. Your insurance is going to pay for this. So they settled out of court instead of, going to trial, because obviously it's just the easier thing to do. So with part of the settlement money, I went ahead and I got my first pre-built computer, which was not a gaming computer. It was just a pre-built computer that could do some gaming. And that was what got me into some actual computer gaming. Specifically, playing, for example, Jedi Knight, Jedi Outcast, and Jedi Academy. But at the time, I was looking for something a bit more robust, and I couldn't justify, even with like the settlement money, I couldn't justify, paying $15 a month for like a subscription. I'm like, I'm not going to do that. So instead, I saw that there was a new game released. It was fantasy based. It was around the time of Skyrim and Lord of the Rings. I'm like, you know what? This looks interesting. Let's see what it is. And that game was Guild Wars. I had a stable enough, internet connection. I was, connected to not dial-up, thank goodness. Cox didn't suck that much back then. So I could do it. I got into it, I played it, and I enjoyed it. That's how that happened. I mean, there's a lot of things that draw you in. The music's not one of them. I mean, it's Jeremy Soul's music, but it's it's fine. It's Jeremy Soul's music, so it's fine. It's just not exciting. If you wanted exciting, you played like Knights of the Old Republic, which took me a little while to get. Oh boy. I gotta get out of there. Holy shit, he dropped like 4 things. It's surprising because typically mobs do not do that. Oh boy. That fire imp's getting messed up. I should have backed up and then summoned. Okay, this is fine. I can make do with just my pet. But it's gonna take some time to... Okay, they're backing up. I just summoned it too, so it's gonna be like another 9 minutes before I can summon them again. Unless I... Oh, shit. Okay, you're a separate group. Good. What does that smell? The weird priorities we have when faced with severe trauma. When I fell off my mountain bike when I was 9, the first thing I asked after figuring out I couldn't bend my left arm was for one of my friends to move the bike off of the street for me. Yeah, I guess something just kind of like happens and you're like... You're not like cognizant of just how bad the damage is. Your mind's still just kind of processing everything. So, anyways, I played through the game and I enjoyed it. It's like, wow, this is great. And I had friends at the time that I had met on Outside the Great Fox that who also played it. Friends that I don't keep in touch with anymore, sadly. First character I made at the time was a character named Kajix Firedrake. That was at the time where my persona was like a dragon jaguar, called it a dragwire, which got me like a lot of no pun intended, but queer looks from people. You know, like, you really want to go with that? I mean, not really wearing the title, really. Yeah, I didn't try World of Warcraft until after I moved out, and really that was only on like the at the insistence, I guess, of Silent Psycho, who we reconnected after like years of not being able to talk to each other because we had no idea where we were. And I played through it, and it was like fine, but it was like I couldn't really get into it because everything that like the journey to get to where you need to get to was, I mean, there's almost I'm struggling to describe my feelings on it. It's not that any part of it was bad, far from it. There was a lot to enjoy about it. There we go. It was the fact that I was paying $15 a month to basically play a single-player game. And I know what you're thinking. It's an MMO. How can you call it a single-player game? That's exactly what it felt like. A lot of the things I could do, I was doing by myself. I joined in when I think Burning Crusade had only just come out. I can't remember. No, wait. No, Wrath of the Lich King hadn't come out yet. Worgens hadn't been introduced at that time. Right? I remember I tried, getting into it twice, and the second time I got, I rolled a Worgen Shaman. Ah, shit. Okay, this could be it. No, we gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. Oh. That could have been disastrous. Okay. We survived. Were you able to replace the sparkling water since you couldn't get your preferred brand? I'm still drinking my preferred brand. I'm still drinking Clear American. Right now I'm drinking Winco Foods flavored water, which is, it's still good, It has a different, flavor profile, but it's still good. It's still flavored water. So, I have no complaints. Wait, where'd the other... Oh, they're still over there. Crap, how am I gonna kill... You know what, let's pull these guys over here. I should have hit Troll Unguent. Okay. My first character was an orc hunter who I named after the Axeman Battletech toy mech I had, though I misspelled it, and I decided to keep that spelling. Okay, yeah, I remember my first character. My first character was, I think, a human paladin. That was the first one that I rolled, and then the second one was, when I tried getting into it a second time, it was a Worgen shaman. Oh, no, a Worgen druid, that's what it was. Thing is that it felt like playing a single player game. I got into it because other friends were into it, and they were like, "Hey, join us, and we can play together." Okay, sounds great. We didn't play together. We didn't. I mean, there were like times when I was getting into the process of learning how to tank, as a paladin, but that was like maybe one instance. I could never. I was on one side of the coast, and my friends were on the other side of the coast. Almost felt like I couldn't really connect with them. Even if I was early enough for it. It's not great. There was a point where it's like, here, do a dungeon with us. Okay, I'll do a dungeon with you. We didn't do a dungeon. We got somebody ran a dungeon for us. That's all they did. So it was like I was standing there not doing anything with my thumb up my ass, just, waiting for it to get done so it could be, so I could be power leveled. Slowly. Because when I played by myself, I was actually power leveling myself very efficiently. I gained 10 levels in one day. Sounds like I was like, holy shit, how'd you do that? I just focused on playing the game by myself because I'm not playing with anybody, right? Playing World of Warcraft didn't feel like I was playing a game with anybody else. And granted, I don't play Guild Wars or Guild Wars 2 with anybody else, but there's nobody to play with. But at least there, I feel like I'm doing something and making some sort of progress instead of, like, floundering and flailing like I'm the only one there surrounded by people that I could potentially have played with. Guild Wars 1 and 2 were basically designed so that you didn't have to, be in a multiplayer if you didn't want to. That kind of hurts sometimes too, because like, hey, I achieved my victory. I beat End of Dragons. Nobody cares. Because nobody else plays. I remember one time I was playing Elden Ring, and I was fighting Millennia, Blade of Mikola, while there was like people in the stream watching, and then they slowly drifted away, and by the time I finally did beat her, there was nobody there. It hurt. Well, anyways, it took me a while to realize kind of what I didn't like about World of Warcraft. It's a game that is that is almost entirely based on numbers. And what I mean by that is, I think I've talked about this, on stream before. When you get a new expansion, okay, how much are you paying per expansion for World of Warcraft? In fact, I'll even ask that. Hey Google, what's the average cost of a World of Warcraft expansion? $50. $50 for an expansion. Okay. Let me do a little bit of math, actually, then. I think I'm in a safe enough place where I can do some math. How much did each World of Warcraft expansion cost? World of Warcraft expansions have generally ranged from $40 early on to $50 base for standard editions, with deluxe/epic versions reaching $70 to $90 for more recent releases like The War Within, and classic physical collector's editions around $130. Instead of buying each old expansion, a monthly subscription, $15, now includes all content up to the latest release, with The War Within offering base, heroic, and epic editions with various extras. Price history for expansions. Vanilla cost $50 in 2005. Okay. $40 through Cataclysm. Went to $50 in Mists of Pandaria. Base has been 50 cents. Okay, so let's see. Vanilla cost $50 in 2005. $40 for Burning Coast and Cataclysm at launch. If that holds, then that's another $40 for Wrath of the Lich King. Mists and Warlords, if they were $40 or $50. Okay. Point is, if I had stayed with World of Warcraft from the beginning, right? That would have been well over $200 to $300 for every expansion, for the game, right? And if we take $15 times, okay, so that's, let's see, $15 times 12 per year, that's $180 per year, and then multiply that by 20 years, that's $3,600 over 20 years. Just about. I don't think I could justify, but yeah, that's, so yeah, I guess you would be paying like almost $4,000 over the last 20 years to play one game. No thanks. I'll pay like $30 per expansion. So that's like what, 120 for Guild Wars, Factions, Nightfall, and Eye of the North, and not pay a single cent in subscription fees. That's fine with me. Okay, so that's one instance in which I mean that, World of Warcraft is kind of like a numbers game. You have to consider that you are going to be paying a lot of money if you decide to stick with it, whether or not you enjoy it. And your enjoyment is going to vary depending on whether you like a stagnant gameplay experience that is based almost entirely on numbers, or if you want something a bit more skill-based, where your style of play is more intuitive, right? So okay, so one thing that you have to consider, for example, is, are you going to be paying $15 for the game that you're $15 per month to play the game? And are you going to get bored at any point? I can't count the number of times where I've paid for a subscription to play for a month, and like maybe 2 weeks in, or maybe even 1 week, and I'm like, I don't know if I can do this, and I don't pay because I'm just, I'm not feeling it. But you know what I end up doing? I end up forcing myself to play anyways. which is a bad mentality when you're playing, you know, an MMO. You don't want to force yourself into playing it, but you can't help it either, because it's like, you know, you paid 15 bucks into it, and if you don't play, if you don't get your 50 cents per day out of the game, then you're going to feel like you wasted money. Nobody wants to feel that way. And I feel like that's part of the reason why a lot of people just kind of bought into World of Warcraft and continue to play it, not necessarily out of a sense of enjoyment or devotion. I mean, I'm going to say that, yeah, it's a good game, and there are people who probably enjoy it, you know, for its merits. But I also feel like there may be plenty of people who are just in it for the long haul because they've already invested too much time and money into the game itself, and they don't want that money to go to waste by not playing it after they've spent who knows how much time and money, right? Hey, Don. So, yeah, that's largely, you know, why I never really got into World of Warcraft. The other thing, too, is that when I say that it's a numbers game, that's also taken into consideration that your success in the game is not based on your skill, necessarily, but rather your stats. Have you grinded up, you know, the next however many levels and gotten the best gear? Because if you haven't, you're going to fall behind, you know, either way. You need to get the stuff that you need to do the end game content, because that's all there is. And then once you get the stuff to do the end game content, well, then you've done the stuff to get the end to do the end game content. What else is there, right? You've done the grind just to do the thing at the end. There's no more grind, and there's nothing else after the end. Unless you want to do it again, but do you really want to grind again? I didn't feel like playing a game that was like, I didn't want to play a game where the measure of success was dependent on if I had grinded enough just to get gear to carry me. Because that doesn't feel like a victory. It doesn't feel like I've actually won based on skill. It would play like a game like Elden Ring, and it's like, yes, you can grind out as much as you can. You can go through the lands, you know, between and get as many runes as possible, you know, buff up your strength, you know, find farming routes, you know, just to grind out, you know, that extra stuff. You can get the best gear. But even still, the game can still kick your ass. You know, you still need to develop some semblance of skill so that you can succeed. And it's going to be tough. You're going to be frustrated. You're going to kick yourself. You're going to be kicking your own ass verbally and emotionally because you weren't able to succeed the first dozen or so times. And then you're going to feel like $1 million fucking dollars when you finally kick the shit out of Godric the Grafted. You're going to feel good about that. Because, I mean, challenge or no, when you overcome a challenge through actual skill, it feels better than, you know, overcoming it. It feels better than overcoming a challenge through stats and numbers. So. And I'm not saying that Guild Wars was specifically about stats and numbers. I mean, obviously there are stats and numbers to consider, but for the most part, you do have to think tactically about this game, and that was something that I enjoyed, and is, a love that I am rediscovering to my great pleasure. Okay, we cannot fuck around here. Oh, wow. That one-shot him. Okay, I'm fine with that. So, hope you guys don't mind me talking your guys' ear off. I just feel like in a chatty type of mood. Oh, why would you? Yeah, come over here. Pull you over. I'll pull you over. You are under arrest for being a char. Okay. Nothing wrong with venting. I meant more to reminisce about why I enjoy Guild Wars and why it got, why it captured me when World of Warcraft didn't. Because it was a game that I could play alone and still felt like I accomplished like something, And it didn't feel like I had to do the end game in order to feel a sense of completion. It also fed into my love for exploring in certain games. Like, not enough games these days, I feel, let you actually do a full-on exploration. Or if they do, they don't necessarily give you a lot to discover. I can think of one company that has an egregiously bad understanding of what really makes an open world game compelling, and that's Ubisoft with their oh god damn it, the imp died again. Okay, from here on out I'm gonna be targeting these fire callers. They're fucking up my fire imp. And Footman Tate is useless, so I can't really use him. Doesn't even have a weapon. Yeah, it's a good thing my hardy pet is able to tank so many hits. An Axe Fiend and I don't feel comfortable doing this. Oh, that's scary though. That's terrifying. There's 3 groups that can converge on me and easily wipe me out. Okay, I'd rather play this slow and safe. I'd rather be slow, methodical, and safe than fast, sloppy, and potentially dead. Hey, Footman Tate actually served some purpose. What do you want? Are you staring at me? You want some of this? Do you? Bitch, I saved your ass from getting reamed by all of these Shard. They would have run a train on you, and I'm not fucking around when I say that. I'm the only one here that's actually killing anything. Yeah, keep focusing on him. He's an easy target. Uh-oh. Nice, nice. Quick. Yes. Good. Okay, I was saying Assassin's Creed, has is a very good example of how to do open world both right and wrong. They have a lot to show, and to their credit, they do their best for maybe not historical accuracy, but because I mean it's fictional, history when it's Assassin's Creed. But they at least put in the work when it comes to the appearance and like the architect. That's fine, okay? What I don't like is the collection quest nature of their bullshit. Okay? A game like Ocarina of Time can get away with it because the fetch quest itself is, it's obviously not going to be core to the game. A game like a game like should have summoned you. A game like Banjo-Kazooie, it can get away with that because ultimately it's the gameplay and maybe not necessarily the story, but it is the gameplay that draws you in. It's going around in a game's world space and succeeding at whatever objectives it throws your way, especially with Mario 64. Like, you can get through the majority of the game not even touching the Skulltula quest in Ocarina of Time. It's kind of an element of open world gaming where there are those collections that you can do just to kind of give you a sense of accomplishment, but it's never necessary, right? Something like Assassin's Creed 2, though, or no, even the original Assassin's Creed, they take it way too far. And they never make it easy for you. And what is the, accomplishment other than maybe getting an achievement, right? I feel like that's why when you do finish the collection quest for Breath of the Wild, all they really give you is Golden Turd. Congratulations, you got this. What were you expecting? So, but okay, so when it comes to this game, this is not necessarily open world, okay? You can't just go anywhere that you want, but there is a lot to explore. And, that's part of what I love about, playing Guild Wars. And Guild Wars 2, a lot of that is about exploring. I mean, to this day, Guild Wars 2 is the only game that I know that actually can level up your character just through exploring. Okay, with fire collars, I have to shoot and move. Alright, let's get out of there. I've decided not to go for the char platform anymore because there are bosses, but I really don't need them. I already have... I managed to get a second char salvage kit, but I haven't really found anything to salvage with it. Two axe veins, okay, no big deal. Okay, we're almost to level 19. Okay, get the stalker first. Wasn't necessarily worried there, but was slightly messy. It's like they never expect anyone to fully complete the Korok, but still something just in case. Yeah, it was probably that. I mean, the reward for getting Korok seats in the first place is always getting an expansion on the weapons and shields that you can carry. You don't get much else out of them. Two stalkers up ahead. You only need half the amount of seats to max out all three inventories. Yeah, it's true. I guess in some way it kind of made the world feel less small. And I guess part of the appeal is also the puzzle completion. There's no shortage of that. Okay. Next up, Grawl. It's usually around the area where I lose the fire imp. Just something or other manages to kill it. Oh, jeez. Well, that's not ideal. They're moving deeper inside. Alright, pull them ahead. I think my imp's gonna die again. Maybe. Yep, died again. Okay, this is fine. My summoning sickness is done anyways, so I can get another one on the field. Okay, this shouldn't be too hard. I just need to pick off this first group here. Right, that's the hunter. Okay, that's two. Here, let me see if I can pull this guy. Nope. Just slightly out of range. There we go. Good, good, good. Perfect. All right, let's book it. I just won a free render. Cool. Congratulations, Don. Speaking of art, I got updates on a couple of commissions that I had paid for. I got art commission updates. Well, completed pieces, actually, so that was nice. I will share them once I have all of them ready, but some of you may have seen what they are. Needless to say, I am happy with how they look. Seriously though, I am happy for you. I am happy for you, Don. It's always nice, you know, getting into a raffle. All right. 2 Axe Fiends. Okay, good. They look to be out of range of everybody else. That's good. Don't go too far. Come on. That's right. Over here. Excellent. Hey, thanks, Meat Shield. And then we have 2 stalkers over here. Yeah, we can... This is safe enough. I'm comfortable doing this. Okay. Perfect, perfect, perfect. That's not so perfect. I didn't mean to do that. It shouldn't hurt me too much, but... Here we go. Alright, that's another run done. Okay, let me go ahead and map over to Ascalon City. I keep looking around to see if anybody's selling marksman runes, but nope. Want to buy marksmanship rune, expertise rune? No, I need sell. Want to sell char bags for 1k? An unsalvaged minor beast mastery. I already have that. Marksmanship, expertise rune. That's again, they want to buy. Char mods. Alright, well, let's see what we have here. ID kit consumed. Okay. Okay, let's get an ID kit. You know what? Let's go see Gwen. Yep. I need to give her her broken flute. I think I already did. Hey, Gwen. Oh, you got a cape. Where'd you find it? Can I have it, please? Yes. Okay, here's a flute. You're my favorite person after Mommy. I think I'll give you my most favorite thing in the whole world. Alright, I have the tapestry shred. That's what I was looking to get. Yeah, sure. As long as it's work safe art. Oh, for fuck's sake, really? We're doing this? You're trying to ambush? Oh, I see. You hate Dhuum, that's why. That's why you're attacking me. You want to spite Dhuum. Did this game ever explain where did the char come from? I mean, Ascalon was char territory. You want me? Do you guys want to hear a story? Do you guys want to hear a story? And do you want me to lead it up? You want me to start with like a very uncomfortable truth that many Guild Wars and Guild Wars 2 players are just not ready to hear, even if they've already heard it? It's not really even a spoiler. It's just a fact that few people want to acknowledge. And that fact is, the humans in Guild Wars on Tyria, they're not native. Humans are not native to Tyria. In every literal sense, humans in Tyria are aliens. I'm not even really joking. Humanity is not native to Tyria. They are basically, they're extra-dimensional beings. They came in, they were basically brought here by the human gods, who came here through what was known as the source, the point where the material world and Tyria, the material world of Tyria and the mists are basically at their most concentrated. And yeah, the gods basically brought them along. And when they brought the humans along, humans basically like populated the fuck out of the place and spread so much that it was basically crazy, you know? And they drove out a lot of other species that were native in places, you know, where they were most comfortable. In particular, the Char and the Centaur. And the Centaurs is like an entirely different thing. They really come into their own in Guild Wars 2. But the Char were really the first to kind of strike back. They got pushed north, largely because they were aided by this, you know, the 6 human gods. And the Char weren't really unified. They didn't really have gods of their own to speak of. Why am I doing this? I don't need to do this. You know what? It's fine. I got a couple purple drops, so that's fine. Anyways, the Char decided to retaliate, and they waged war against against the humans. I really shouldn't be calling them Ascalonians. The humans in Ascalon. And for the most part, they come from up north. So, but Char are native to Tyria, and these are basically their hunting grounds, or they used to be, before humanity kicked them out. So a couple things happened at the time. When the human gods made landfall in Tyria, they started gathering artifacts that they found around the world. A lot of them were, I mean, obviously none of them were anything that the human gods had created. Hey, I'm level 19. But one of the things that they found was a invention made by the Forgotten called the Bloodstone. And the Bloodstone was basically the Forgotten's way of trying to keep magic concentrated so that the Elder Dragons wouldn't feed off of it and wouldn't be corrupted by it. Because they were always, mindful of, trying to make sure that the Elder Dragons wouldn't rise again. Or if they did, that they wouldn't be as destructive as they were before. The human gods found out about that. And one of the gods, Abaddon, the god of magic and secrets, figured out stuff about the Bloodstone. He said, you know what? Let's do something for humanity and all the other races, in fact, on this planet. Let's crack this bitch open. Okay? And let's give magic to everybody, right? Which they did. And the idea was that, humans and all the other, races on the planet would use it to basically better their lives. Big surprise, though. Humans decided to use it to just start killing each other. So a bunch of heroes led by not Saul D'Alessio, what was his name? A group of heroes led by a king, said, hey, look, you got to take magic back. We can't have this anymore. And 5 of the human gods that weren't Abaddon said, you know what? We kind of fucked up here. We need to pull this back. We need to make it so that nobody has dominion over magic anymore. And so they intervened. Abaddon did not like that. To him, his gift of magic, to the races was, something that he valued. So. So they sealed the ambient magic back into the Bloodstone, okay? And then they broke it into 5 pieces so that it wouldn't be used. 4 major pieces, which they cast into a volcano, and then 1 extra piece called the Keystone. Oh wait, they didn't. No, I think the Keystone was what they tossed in the volcano. They basically hid the other Bloodstones throughout Tyria, so that nobody would have dominion over magic ever again. No one race would have dominion over magic again. Pissed Abaddon off, like, a lot, and he ended up waging war against the human god, the other gods. He got his ass kicked, and he got imprisoned in the realm of torment, where he still existed. Not dead, but, he just still existed. Now, while all of this was happening, all these, this magical combat, the Elder Dragons started to awaken. Well, they started to get a little restless in their sleep. They could start, feeling like the shift of magic in the very earth itself. mean, the Bloodstone had been like their one, had been the one key to basically keep, magic from being taken by the dragons if it could be defended. Anyway, the fight between the other 5 human gods, and Abaddon, ended up being so destructive that when Abaddon had been cast down, the place where he struck ended up becoming the Desolation, a part of the desert in Alona that was so toxic that nobody else could cross it without special help. But that wasn't the only thing that happened too. The human gods were starting to realize that they were fucking up big time and that they were making mistakes. I think it was around that time that they realized that the dragons, existed, and that what they were doing was going to have long-term consequences if they didn't stop. So they ended up leaving Tyria in what was called the Exodus. And from then on, they would only send avatars, just certain representatives, to basically relate to humanity, what they, were thinking, what they wanted, what to do, how to continue worshiping them. But for the most part, they largely did not want to intervene anymore. They basically wised up and figured, this is for the best. We're not going to directly interfere anymore because it's just going to cause trouble for everybody. Still, at that point, the races of Tyria had basically gotten a hold of magic, and they had grown. They didn't have dominion over it, but they were still capable of having some control over it. So for certain races like the Asura, I mean, that was a boon. There's not a single race in Tyria that doesn't have some access to magic, even before, Abaddon basically shared it with everybody. Magic is basically intrinsic to the world of Tyria. It's best described as like the primordial essence of everything that exists within the world of Tyria. Anything that you see, anything that's material itself, is magic. It's just what level of control a person is going to have over magic, whether they use it or not. Large component of that has to do with confidence and faith, which is why humans were so powerful with magic. They had an immense amount of faith in the human gods. Which brings us back to the Char. The Char recognized that humans' faith in the human gods was what was allowing them to be victorious. So they sought gods of their own. And long story short, these effigies that you might be seeing, like the one up ahead that kind of looks like a Zergling, or like a, one of the bugs from Starship Troopers. Yeah, that thing over there. That is an effigy of the gods that they have started worshipping. And why they've been able to push humanity all the way back to the Great Wall of Ascalon. Oh, no, come on. There we go. I just need to pull you guys. Nice! I think I crit. Oh boy, this is gonna be a long slug. Depending on how well this goes, I may, or how badly this goes, I may switch over to Batman Arkham City again. Here, I want to see if I can find something. Oh yeah, that was from 13 years ago. Damn. Might have to get that. I want that and the cookbook. That was interesting to learn. I hope I wasn't too boring. Ooh, here's something I might want to get. Guild Wars 2, Feasts of Tyria, Recipes from Kryta to Alona. Embark on a culinary adventure with Guild Wars 2, the official cookbook, and travelogue of the most fascinating cultures, customs, and cuisines of Tyria. Oof. I mean, in this economy, I don't know if many of these are going to be like cookable, but you know, who knows? Hey, maybe I should send in like a request to Benching with Babish, see if maybe he'll make a couple of these. He's done a lot of video game recipes before, and anime recipes as well. Like the caprese salad from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Let's go eat Italian food. So go on a little bit about the char because I want to keep talking, because if I stop talking, it's going to get boring. Char are basically divided into 4 legions. You have the Blood Legion, which are your typical frontliners. You know, they value the fight. You have the Iron Legion, which is your inventors, your builders. The people who basically run the siege engines. You have the Ash Legions, which are your saboteurs and spies, the the ones that do things in the behind enemy lines. And then you have the Flame Legion, which are the most magically inclined not warband, but legion. And also, for a large part of Char history, the nexus of which Char religion was basically dictated. Because they were so powerful with magic, and because magic was not something that you could just, you know... Uh-oh. It's time to bail. Actually, yeah, you know, this is fine. This works in my favor. I'll take this. Magic was not something that you could just counter with like swords and, you know, siege engines. Not when, you know, magic could, you know, do just about as much, if not more. They had better control of magic. until people started having more, until the Char started having more faith in themselves than in the Flame Legion. Like, how I was saying that, faith is like a large component about how a person is able to control magic. If a person doesn't have faith in themselves or faith in something strong, then they can't really do magic all that well. They don't necessarily need to have faith in a god, or faith that a god will guide them, or faith that a god will empower them. That faith can actually empower those gods as well. And in this case, faith in the Flame Legion's ability to lead and to control magic was what let them basically lead the other 3 legions for the longest time. Up until the point that they realized, up until the point that Char as a whole realized, wait, we're just following false gods that can be killed by anybody. It wasn't until a Char named Pyre Fearshot basically said, you know what, fuck it, no, we're not atheists, we're maltheists. Fuck it. Fuck gods. We're not doing gods. We're doing ourselves, If humans can kill a god and become gods themselves, I mean, why would we want to become gods ourselves if we could just be killed anyways? No, it's us. We're gonna believe in ourselves. So, that's how the Flame Legion started getting less controlled and ended up getting weaker. Also the fact that at one point the Flame Legion, which still enslaved their females as breeding stock and as servants, continued to do so when the other 3 legions decided, nah, you know what, we're gonna let females be equal with males, and essentially just doubled their forces overnight. And then basically forced the Flame Legion to say, you know what, no. This edict, of, where females are, like, beneath us, we're not following that anymore. Okay. Yeah, just keep running. Keep running. Okay, I think I can squeeze through. There we go. I had to wait for them to move on. I can do this. I can make it. Hey, 904 Sec. How you doing tonight? So I heard about Guild Wars Reforged, but I'm not quite understanding. Guild Wars Reforged is basically just Guild Wars 1, with all 3 expansions. It is basically just a little bit of an update. It gives it has controller support, and the most recent update actually adds a mode called Reforged mode, which adds a few changes to the overall game. If you create a Prophecies player, for example, you can choose Reforged mode, which will boost the. It'll basically bump up the levels of henchmen in post-Searing Ascalon. It was supposed to also change their skill bars, but apparently they still have the same skills, which is fine. They're just a bit stronger now. It also increases gold drop and experience gain by 5%, which is not much, but it adds up over time. It's an alpha feature right now, so there will be changes along the line. And they also added a beta feature called Dhuum's Covenant. So, here. If you can see my name right there, you can see that there's two seals right next to it. The green one is Dhuum's Covenant, and the red one is Reforged mode. Dhuum's Covenant, basically, it's kind of like a faux Iron Man mode, which you basically hold on to the seal, and it will get attached to any achievements or titles that you gain with the character as you're playing. If you die, that seal gets removed. So it's basically just kind of like it's something that you can flaunt. It's like, hey, I got like all these titles, you know, before I was finally defeated. It's not like an actual permadeath thing. If you want to play it as like a permadeath sort of, you know, thing, that's completely optional. Right now, I'm basically working on Legendary Defender of Ascalon, while also trying to get the Survivor title. You think it's going to make Guild Wars start picking up? You should see what the maps, you should see what the districts in Pre-Searing look like. There are a lot of people, and there are actually some new players too. I could not tell you how many people, but I do know that there are like dozens of players who have not been on for years. I'm one of them that have decided to start playing again. So I think it's cool. It's getting more people to play it, and considering the state of MMOs these days, what with, for example, New Worlds basically saying they're not going to have any more content support or content updates, it makes sense that there is such an influx of new players, and I dig it. I'm all for it. I hope it's a long-term thing, because this really is a good game. It's like one of those unknown gems that people don't discuss enough. Much like Guild Wars 2, in fact. Oh boy, I think that Imp's gonna die. Impy, no! Oh, Impy died. Okay, it'll be like another, I want to say 2 minutes before I can resummon him. How much is Guild? You know what? I can actually look on Steam, and that should give a... Here, let's look on Store. Okay, that's taking a while. Let's see. Guild Wars Reforged is $19.99, which covers Guild Wars Prophecies, Nightfall, and Factions. And for an extra $10, you get Eye of the North as well. But honestly, I would not get it on Steam. Oh shit! Shit! Okay, that could have gotten me killed. I'm insane. Okay, I think we're good. Oh man, that was way too close. All right, I'm at like the final stretch. I can't let myself get distracted. So, what was I saying? Yeah, I would suggest not getting it off of Steam because there are elements of of Guild Wars and Eye of the North that can only be applied to Guild Wars 2 if you get them off of the store, because you cannot synchronize an account for Guild Wars on Steam with an account of Guild Wars 2 on or off Steam. So. Come on. My old Guild Wars account will not work for Guild Wars Reforged. No, it will work. It will work. It's if you already have the game, it's a free content update, so you don't need to buy anything if you already have the Guild Wars. But if you want to buy, it, it'll just Basically, you're just it's not like a separate thing. You don't have to buy anything if you already have an account. If you already have all the stuff. I'm just saying that if you don't have an account and you buy it off of Steam, it's not going to connect with Guild Wars 2. So, but yeah, if you already have Guild Wars, then you just download it and Guild Wars Reforged will be applied to your game. You don't have to buy a single thing because you already bought it, so yeah. All it's doing is just adding like a couple of new graphical updates and a few system updates. But like the big thing, of course, is controller support is one of the. I'm basically playing with an Xbox controller. You can even see the little symbols at the bottom. Okay. Level 15 Axe Fiend. Okay. Pull him out. Yeah, you can target me with Firestorm as long as you don't do it to my imp. The imp's powerful, but it's not smart enough to move out of a danger zone. Okay. Okay, I'm getting 34 experience per char. Okay. Here we go. So 30 char. So 30 times 34. Here, let me get the old calculator out. 30 times 34 experience is 1,220. Okay. So I'd be getting around about 1,000 experience per run. I'm so nervous. I just want to get this achievement. I don't care if I die post-searing. Hey, thank you 904 Zek for the follow. Welcome to the dog pile. Appreciate it. I have no clue email associated, and that email probably not even open anymore. I'm gonna just buy it now. I mean, there you might be able to contact support, but you know, if it's a deactivated email. It's hard to say. There might be a way to get it, you know, back, but I really wouldn't know how to go about it. But either way, I wish you luck on trying to get it. Whether you go for your old account or whether you get a new account. Okay, we're gonna do things slow and methodical and safe. Instead of doing things fast, sloppy, in ways that'll probably get me killed. So you keep the achievement forever once you hit level 20? Once I hit level 20 without dying, yeah. Basically, it's kind of like a mark of prestige, because once you get the achievement or title, you know, with Dhuum's Covenant, it'll basically show the title, but it'll have Dhuum's Covenant attached to it. So it'll kind of like show people, oh, hey, I got this title, you know, while I still, you know, didn't die at any point. It's just something that you can flaunt, and I'm hoping I get it. I don't know how much experience I have left to get. 11,028 more experience. I need to do this run 11 more times. 11 more times, and I'll be done. Well, hold on. That might not be... Okay, so it's 1020. Okay, so... Let me get that number again. 11,028. 1,028 divided by 1020 equals... Yes, I will have to do this 10 more times. Well, wait, hold on. No, not necessarily, actually. Hold on. I forgot. Because I'm in the middle of a quest that awards you 1,000 experience, so instead of 11,028, 10,028 divided by 1020. I only need to do this 10 more times. Alright, 10 more runs it is. So you basically have completed most of the game. I have with other characters. This is just a new character that I created so I could basically just do the game over again because I love this game, and playing this again just reignited my love for it. And I'm still playing Guild Wars 2. I still love Guild Wars 2. It's like my favorite game. One of my favorite games, at the very least. Other titles include Cyberpunk, Skyrim, and Alien Isolation. But yeah, right now I'm just, I'm just working on this achievement, and then I expect to be playing this character on and off on stream. If I can hit the achievement tonight before 10, I'll push the stream out a little longer, and I will do some Batman Arkham City, since it is the season for it. About the only things that I didn't really do in the original Guild Wars was the Fissure of Woe and the Underworld content. I tried, but I'm kind of a solo gamer, and those areas don't really play well with solo gamers. Okay, we'll just wait for that patrol to get into the shelter. And we'll just squeeze on through. So apparently it takes about 10 minutes for... It takes me about 15 minutes to do each of these. So here's a Pixar question. What movie was the most violent that you remember? Secret of Nim, easily. Oh, wait. Wait, most violent movie? Okay, for some reason I read that as most violent animated film. Most violent animated film would still be The Secret of Nim. No, wait. I guess unless you... Kids movie, I suppose. Violent animated movie would probably be South Park, Bigger, Longer, and Uncut. Oh, Soul is a good movie, I hear. I never got to watch it. So in Pixar, what was the most violent that you remember? Don't really know. Incredibles could be, yeah, probably the most violent. Not that it was gory or like bloody or anything, but it was a darker movie for sure. Have you ever seen Cars 2? I've not seen Cars 2, just like parts of Cars 1. What about Finding Nemo? I'm traumatized. Cars 2 has a body count. I suppose it does, like over the 40s. Like an actual visual body count, even. That's right, it does, doesn't it? That's kind of messed up. I guess it's okay because it's not like... It's like the Samurai Jack thing, where it's like, it doesn't count because they're machines. They're not real people. So I just bought the game, but it gave me an access code. You need to make an account on ArenaNet, and you need to apply that access code to the ArenaNet account. So yeah, the order of operation is to get an arena.net account if you don't already have one. Okay, there should be a place where you can log in, or at least create a new account. And then that code that you have, you need to apply that account to. You need to apply that that access code to the account. That will unlock it for you. Then you need to download the launcher off of arena.net as well, or off of arena.net.com. I'm sorry, I'm a little scatterbrained. So yeah, step 1, make an account if you don't have an account. Step 2, apply access code to the account. Step 3, get the launcher off of the website, and it will install the game. And then step 4, log in to the game using the account and password. And you should be able to get in game. My imp's gonna die again, isn't it? No? Yes? No? No. Almost died, but didn't. To see all the kids, see all the heroes die, and the fact that the soldiers were basically trying to gun down the kids. I mean, they didn't, obviously, but they were gonna. They were taking shots at Dash. Let's get out of there. Okay, there's the stalker. Traumatic, I feel, is finding Nemo. True. Yeah, it's a gut punch at the beginning, for sure. Ooh, a shocking longbow. I wasn't expecting to find one of these. If I salvage this, I can get the lightning. Nah, I mean, well, hold on. There are very few mobs in this game that resist lightning. It could be worth... You know what? It could be worth holding on to. Okay, we can sell that. What do I even have this? Toss that away. Okay, I need to catch the fire caller unaware. There we go. Perfect, perfect. Pull back, pull back. Okay. All right. Impy survived. Ah, shit. Phone fell down. It's nothing to worry about. Do I download the Guild Wars 2 client? That's for Guild Wars 2. You need the, Here, let me go ahead and see if I can link it. Okay, here we go. All right. Can you see that link? Okay. You just need to follow those instructions, right? That link right there that says download the Guild Wars client. You need to click that, and it will allow you to. It will basically download the client for you, and then you need to run that, and it will install Guild Wars launcher client on your PC. So try that out. It should work. I mean, the link did go through, right? Okay, good. Yeah, sure thing. Believe me, I know how frustrating it can be for, downloading and installing some games, which is why I usually do a lot of Steam nowadays. But Guild Wars is one of those rare exceptions where it's like, nah, I'm gonna get it off Steam. I'm gonna get it away from Steam instead of through Steam. There we go. All right, Don. Thanks for coming to the stream. Have a great night. I will be streaming tomorrow too, as well. So it's the Christmas season. I feel like I can, spare the time. And if people are going to be, away from work, so they can celebrate Christmas, then, they'll have me as a place to hang out at. All right, it is about to hit 8. I'm going to take a short break to stretch my legs, get some water, and see if there's anything for me to eat. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes with some more Guild Wars Reforged. And we're back. Alright, 904 Zach. See, I'm going to be back later on tonight. Gonna go watch the movie with my friend. I hope you guys enjoy. Alright. So, I need to do this 9 more times. Okay, 9 more times. I need to have that active at all times. Natural Unguent is the one thing that's going to keep me alive over in almost every situation.
was afraid I was going to lose the fire imp again. Okay, keep moving. Huh, why wasn't I able to attack? Okay, give me a moment. All right. Simple enough. Okay, pull you.
So, what are you guys hoping to get for Christmas from your family or friends? Or what are you hoping for, you know, just in general for the upcoming new year? I'm hoping things will settle down, prices going down and whatnot. Not necessarily confident that it will, but doesn't mean I don't hope. Whew, that was close. Fire Imp almost bit the dust again. 1 second. Alright. I'm not trying to slow this down, but I do have to eat my ramen too before like gets lukewarm. Man, that's like one of the worst things that you can have is lukewarm ramen. Yes, okay. You next. Uh-oh. Pulled a little extra, boys. There we go. Right. I notice none of them are really dropping anything. Which is fine. I'm not here for looting. Alright. How many more times do I need to do this? I think I need to do this 8 more times. 9,000... 8,057. Okay. Wait, 8,056. 8,056. Okay. 8,006. Yeah. 8 more times. Oh, I'm trying to focus, but I'm just... Okay, looks like they just settled into the building, so see if I can squeeze through here. There we go. Nice and easy. It would be nice if these char would drop something, but I understand why. If they were a part of the loot table, we would be getting some very powerful, too powerful, items and weapons long before we were. I mean, they would basically just make this entire zone overpowered. That just, it wouldn't make it difficult or challenging or fun. I thought it would be worth it to boost up expertise, but the way that I have it set up with wilderness survival being one of the stronger stats, I think I prefer it. I think I prefer it more. Getting 7 pips of recovery is really powerful. I could basically regen tank quite a bit. Oh boy. Speaking of regen tank, try to avoid the other charm mobs, but you can only do so much. They'll catch on to you sooner or later. I could see myself just slowly moving up level 19. Nope. I'm not gonna run away close range. Not from a Char Axe Executioner. I can't see. Okay, well, there's the stalker. Okay, I just need to pull you. Okay, I'm getting better at that. Playing for 4 hours, please take a break. Don't tell me what to do, game. I know what I'm doing. Okay. Alright, this isn't a bad configuration. Okay, I think we pulled a couple extra, that's fine. We're done with the stalkers. Oh wow, nice. Good job, imp. Okay, Grim Cesta. Hydromancer, Spine Spark, Garb of Vitae. You know what? Actually, let me go to Ascalon City real quick. Let me see if I can. Char kits. I need unsalvaged marksman. Marksman rune for 5k. That's somebody trying to buy it. Nope, doesn't look like there's anything. Alright, back to Pike and Square. So that's another thing that Reforged adds is Pike and Square is now an outpost in the Northlands. That is not available outside of Reforged mode. It's nice. It's a nice jumping off point for players trying to work on Legendary Defender of Ascalon, since one of the farming routes is here. And in order to get past level 10, you do need to hunt in the Northlands, so it's useful to have.
I'll just take the money. Okay, they are heading for the structure. Means I can sneak by. Nice timing. All right. Another red iris flower. I made sure to get Gwen's tapestry also. I did not want to hit 20, get happy, that I got everything, except for the tapestry, because I want that if I decide to play on this character permanently. I need you guys out of the way. Okay, Firecaller has to go first. Two Firecallers. Oh, but they're sticking out kind of like a sore thumb, so... Okay, got one. Okay, aggroed a little extra. Out of reach. Come on. Let me get one shot, that's it. They're way in the back. Oh boy. We gotta book it. Probably gonna have to wipe out that entire little area. I wanted to pull just one, but they got like... They mingled a little too hard with the other two groups. Moving on. So I know it's not taking me 10 minutes to do each of these runs because the imp can only be resummoned after 10 minutes. 10 minutes after you've activated him the first time, so...
I'll grab this flower. Plenty of people in Ascalon City who will want to buy red flowers. Shit. Okay, this is going south. Please don't let this be it. Please don't let this be it. Okay. Alright, I can deal with this. Alright, that was way too close. Alright. Okay. You know what? This run probably would have... This run What the hell? What am I... I was trying to move forward and I kept sidestepping for some reason. This run probably used to take 10 minutes because these Grawl didn't used to be here.
Come on. Just stay up there. Yes, good, good. Why would you put Firestorm over the cat? I hate Charfire collars. Be a little tricky, but oh wait. Well, for these ones, these should be fine. Oh, the one time I need you to pull back, you decide to go all in.
It's gonna be a few minutes before I can resummon the Fire Imp. Freaking really? Up my nuts. There we go. I'll take that. It's a lot slower without the Fire Imp, though. Should be able to get it back in a few seconds. There it goes. Okay, we're halfway there. Here, let me check this. Probably salvageable. Improve the sale value. Minion Master's Fiend Armor. Axe Fiend Armor. Oh my freaking hell, they're all the way back there again. together like that. I don't... Okay, back up. Okay, that's fine. Okay, and that leaves the two of them open. Okay, it's fine if they want to join. Yeah, that's fine. Except that the fire imp died again. Shit. Okay, well, what are the last two at least? We need to figure 2 more fire callers. Okay, we should be able to take this out. Just me and the cat. Alright, we're clear. Back to Pike Square. 5,996. Okay, 5 more runs. Sorry about that. Needed to pop my shoulder. Oops. Accidentally picked up Grawl gear I did need. Let's go on for the Snowman Summoner. People are willing to pay quite a bit for that. Wait, why am I doing that? I don't need to do that. I'm just wasting time. You know what? I'm gonna commit. Oh, come on! Really losing the fire imp this early? God, I freaking hate fire callers. It's gonna go a little slower, but I think I can manage without the imp for now. It just sucks so bad that they can drop an AoE, and the imp does nothing in terms of self-preservation. The best it can do is
hopefully heal while it casts, but it's not that consistent. You're not gonna hurt me for that much. I'm not frenzying anymore. Okay, got it. Yo, could you maybe fuck off? Good. Shouldn't have frenzied and used healing signet. Frenzy doubles the amount of damage you take, and Frenzy reduces your armor by 40 points. Which at that level basically puts him at half of his armor, so it's bad. Okay, gotta get rid of that fire collar first. All right, and I'm willing to frenzy for this one too. Don't tell me I'm gonna lose my imp again. Oh, that was too close. Okay, let's let the fire imp recover. I'm gonna lose the fire imp again, aren't I? Yeah, I am. Goddamn fire collars. Should have targeted the fire collar first. Okay, 2 stalkers. Hey, Lobo. How are you doing tonight? Merry early Christmas. Merry early Christmas to you too. Good. Doing good, winding down after a fairly busy day. Yeah, you should relax. Okay, 2 more to go. Am I okay? I sound off? I'm a little tense. Just a little. I was talking a lot earlier, and I'm not talking as much now because I don't know who's on, for one, and second, I'm kind of in the middle of trying to get a achievement of sorts that I've been working. This is like my 3rd attempt. Oh my god, come on. Yeah, it's just I'm very close to getting it. It requires that I get to level 20 without dying. And I'm level 19, and I'm closing on a level 20. And I've gotten a few close calls already. And I just want this to go well. I just want this to succeed. Hey, you shouldn't frenzy in front of me when I got double shot up. I just need to do this run like 4 more times, I think. And it takes about 15 to 20 minutes per run, so... It's these Fire Collar Elementalist Char. I'm able to summon a Fire Imp at my side, which does a lot of damage, but it has no sense of self-preservation, so if it gets caught in an AoE, it won't move. And that's really putting a damper on things, because if I don't kill the Char Fire Collar when it uses like Firestorm, then the imp just gets caught in the area of effect and it won't move, and it usually ends up dying if it doesn't heal. Sometimes it ends up dying even if it does heal. Thing is, I'm getting to a point where I may not need the imp, but the imp makes things a lot easier. It's another thing for the enemies to target, so, you know, that is useful.
Okay, so there's the imp. I should have summoned it earlier, because chances are it is going to die again. If it does, I'm going to have to wait even longer to bring it back. Are these Guild Wars 1 char? Yes, they are Guild Wars 1 char. They are tribalistic, and most of them are wearing the barest hint of armor with, with primitive clothing. Not the heavily industrialized char, I know. Nah. This happens 250 years or around about that time frame before Guild Wars 2. So this is where they were still stuck in a tribal, kind of a tribalistic society, and they were heavily dependent on the Flame Legion for guidance. Okay, that was close. So yeah, Don had asked where the char had come from, what their origin was, and I basically told him that, you know, they've basically always been on Tyria. It's the humans that are the alien species, the invasive alien species. And again, I'm not fucking around when I say that they are actually aliens. The 6 human gods. Yeah. I wasn't paying attention. That is a fire. That is a fire caller. Okay, no big deal. Okay, I do want to take out that fire caller though. Alright, gotta get out of there. I thought it was 7 before Abaddon was killed. No, it was 6. And Abaddon was not killed. Abaddon, when he fought against the other 5 human gods, he was cast into the realm of torment and imprisoned there. He did not meet his end until the Nightfall event, where the Sunspear Cormyr basically harnessed his power as he was being destroyed, and she ended up becoming the goddess the goddess of knowledge and truth. Why? I wasn't even facing that direction. Okay, come on. Okay, that actually worked. So yeah, it was the 6 human gods. It was Dwayna, Balthasar, Melandru. Dwayna, Balthasar, Melandru. Lissa, Abaddon, and Dhuum, actually. I think it was Dhuum at the time. And eventually Dhuum was replaced with Grenth. Dhuum ended up succeeding Grenth. Or Grenth ended up succeeding Dhuum. Okay. Okay, I just hope that these two are going to be easy to get. It looks like a Stalker and an Axe Fiend, yes. Okay, so there's Axe Fiends, which are level 8, and then there is the Axe Fiend, which is level 15. And there is a difference, the difference being that there's a space between Axe and Fiend for the lower level one. Good. Survived. Okay, there's another fire caller up ahead. Fortunately, it had just cast Firestorm, so it was on recharge. It was going to take a while for it to cast it again. So that was some good fortune. Do I what with this? I have no idea what you're asking. Do I deal with the Sylvari? No, I don't. The Sylvari, at the time of Guild Wars, at the time of the start of Guild Wars 2, the Sylvari have only been on Tyria for about 25 years. Or they've only just emerged from the Pale Tree within a 25-year period. So they are a very new race. Of course. That's okay. I understand. Hand placement's very annoying. Oh wow, you guys are tearing it up. See, a fire imp is a beast when it's allowed to live. Okay, and then we have one Stalker and one Axe Fiend. This should be easy. Okay. 3 more runs left. That's all I... Wait, 3? Do I need 3? Might need 4. Shit, I can't even remember. 1,000, 2,000. 3 more runs. Okay, yeah, 3 more runs is what I need. Alright, before I do that though, I'm gonna go back to Ascalon City and sell some stuff. And also see if there's anything particular that I can buy. Let's see. Want to sell char kit uses, char mods for a sword. Char bags, want to buy expertise in beast mastery, survivor, beast mastery signet. Yeah, I don't have anything for them. I'm gonna hold on to that longbow though. Yeah, I'm not the only one looking for marksmanship runes. Char sling sword. I mean, I have survivor runes that I could...
I could do that. It'd give me a little extra padding. Okay, and then I have 2 Beastmasters. Ah, what the hell. No, that's Minion Masters. That's an extra 20 armor for having the pet alive. Oh boy. I hope that extra armor does help. I want it to help. Okay. 3 more runs. 3 more runs and then we turn in the quest. Alright. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd say it's working.
don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. I really don't need it. Oh, no. Wait, let them leave. Okay, they're going back inside for a short period. I need to move now. I need it! I can't do it. My throat is too my throat's too dry. Oh. Two fire callers. Hey, welcome back. Have 3 more of these runs to do, and then, as long as I don't die, that'll be it. Alright, get out of there, Impy. Okay, the imp survived. Gotta be careful here, though. Okay, that's perfect. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with them dropping a firestorm on me because I can move. So I got my Guild Wars downloaded, but now it won't let me sign into the physical game. I mean, are you signing in? Are you signing in with the? You added the account to. I mean, you added the access key to your ANET account, right? Oh, son of a... Did not mean to aggro them. This is fine though. We'll survive. Using my email and password. I mean, so you're using the account that you made with ArenaNet, right? Oh boy. I'm not sure what the problem could be then. I mean, if you're using the email and password that you made for your account and you added the access key to that account, then you should be able to log in. Yeah, if there's an error message. The Guild Wars account information you entered is either incorrect, does not exist, or already linked with another Guild Wars 2 account. Wait, did you download the Guild Wars Reforged client, or did you download the Guild Wars 2 client? So gw.exe is the one that you used, right? Okay, you have Firestorm on recharge. I am still paying attention to chat, so I'm not sure what the issue could be then. I wish I could help, but I don't know what I don't know what the screen looks like, and I'm not sure I'd be able to help. Yeah, the imp died. That's okay for now because I can just summon another one now that summoning sickness is done. That was just unfortunate, though. Yeah, anytime I summon the fire imp, I have a 10-minute cooldown before I can summon another one. Fortunately, these runs are taking long enough that I can summon it pretty quickly. So the link that I sent earlier should give instructions on what to do. Should still be up there. Okay, so you purchase Guild Wars. Okay, once you have received your access key, you need to download the Guild Wars client. You need to run setup Guild Wars setup.exe to install the Guild Wars client on your PC. And at the login screen, click the Create Account or Access Key link. Enter your access key and follow the registration directions. The best I can do is just, copy and paste this again. And those are the directions that they provide for purchasing and adding it, so... I'm sorry, I know this is probably frustrating as hell. Oh, you son of a... Okay. If you purchase the game, you said that it gave you an access code, right? Okay, that's one. That's one full run. Here, let me see.
Oh, you're in? Okay, cool, cool. Awesome. Anyone else miss the days of insert disc 1 to play game? Kind of, kind of. That reminds me of Strong Bad Let's Plays. Disc 4 of 12. I really hope that the brothers chap decide to do another one of those. Those are hilarious. Okay, alright. You simian simpletons need to get away from me. Lock onto the right one. There we go. You can't hurt me, my pet's still alive. Mavis Bacon. Hey, I like those games, those Make Us Bacon. With all them breakfast foods. Beta Mesmer. Not a bad choice. Mesmers are powerful if you know how to control them. They are notorious for being able to control the flow of a battle when used properly. Alright, get out of there. Get out of there. Good. Mavis Beacon was a damn good typing teaching game. I don't do proper position for writing. It's too much of a hassle. I just freeform it. Whatever's good, you know? We learned to type in like elementary school by playing this game where it was basically knock off Tom and Jerry, and you had to type out the word quickly or Tom would eat Jerry, which not a lot of kids cared for. But they learned. Oh boy, did they ever learn. Right, we're not exactly blazing through this, but we're making good time. All right, you lived. Oh, it's a hell of a time for my eye to start singing. Ugh. Okay. Personally, I miss the old Super Solvers PC games. I think I remember those too. Used to have them at my middle school. I know it's past 10, but we only have a little bit more to go, and I'm almost there. This is the second run. After this one, there's only one more to do. And then I turn in the quest, and hopefully that'll be it. Oh, please let it be it. Okay, 2 axe fiends. That's perfect. Okay, nice. Okay, Stalker. Okay, pretty good. Okay, that's the Axe Fiend.
Okay, that was fortunate. It dropped a firestorm on the Stalker. Stalker ran out, the Imp ran in, but we managed to kill the fire caller and it retreated. Could have gone badly if things hadn't been going so well. Alright, not bad. Not bad, but we are not in a position to get complacent. Don't go too far, damn. The Imp's gonna die, I think. Oh no! No, the Imp lived. Just barely, but it lived. Okay. It's worth taking a little extra time to make sure that this works. Oh, you hit me. I'm the one that needs the fast attack speed. Dick. Okay, these are the last two. All right, that was run number 2. Almost there. Almost there. All right, this is the final run. Okay, I need to take a drink. One more solo run. All right.
Okay, one Char Stalker and one Axe Fiend. Take out the Stalker first. Man, those things are really squishy when they use Frenzy. That double damage is just devastating to them. That's why I'm not really afraid of the Axe Fiends all that much. Because once you see that they're using Frenzy, that's all you need to do. Just target them and they will go down. As long as what you're targeting them with is a half-decent hit, they'll fall. Okay, we got 2 Fire Callers. Okay, can use haste here. Okay, I'm gonna take out the Fire Caller first. Worth it. Ooh. Blue hand axe. Okay, shoot and scoot, shoot and scoot. Hey, you can't win, I've got the high ground. If I were to play some old Nintendo games, like NES, Famicom games, what would you guys prefer seeing? I know Narton would say Mega Man, and that would be on the list, I admit. But, like, is there any hidden gems that I just am not aware about that I should try? Like, one game that I've always wanted to try is Goonies 2. Which is kind of a weird game because it's a sequel to a movie that didn't have a sequel or doesn't have a sequel.
Although I've heard like stirrings that they are going to make a sequel to the Goonie any day now, but I sincerely doubt it. I think it's just like AI slop, you know, news article bullshit. Shit. I gotta go. Go. Okay, I was safe, but I didn't feel safe. Okay, we're almost there. Don't fuck it up. Okay, got a stalker and a fire caller. Okay, don't go too far inside. Come on. Okay. Imp is dead. Alright, that's okay, because we are probably 1 minute away from getting the imp back. Just need to wait it out. I think I will wait it out. I'm not gonna rush. Well, okay, okay, it's a fire caller and an X-Wing. Go for it. Nope, you're dead. And I got my imp back. Okay, 2 fire callers. Hmm. Alright, I should be fine here. Yep. Just a couple more, just 2 more to go. please let this be it. Oh shit. I forgot one thing. I forgot to actually rescue Footman Tate. Shit. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I just need to track him down. He's in one of 5 locations. I think I can... Yes. I can do this. I can do this. So close. So close. Okay. 5 locations where Footman Tate could be. One of them is up ahead. Now, fortunately, both of you dropped your firestorms. We don't have anything to worry about. Okay, there's a warthog. Yeah, okay, I don't think he's there. Alright, here, let me take a quick look. Okay, he could be up this slope over here. Kinda hope he is. That would make things so much easier. That doesn't look like it though. Nope. I'm... My neck is so tense right now. Tate? Please don't be at the end of the bridge. It doesn't look like it. Okay, since Tate is not at the end of the bridge, I can skip these two fire callers here. Go back to your bridge. Ooh, somebody poisoned you. How helpful. Okay, you're not there. So the only other place you could be... Wait, then where the hell are you? Okay, so if you're not there... Maybe you are at the end of the bridge. Okay, so if you weren't back there, where you usually are... Don't appear to be there. Okay, so if you're not there, you're not on the shore. Where the fuck is Tate? Like, I don't think anything attacks him. Okay, he's not here. There he is.
Just gotta liberate him from these Oakharks and bring him over to the gate. Alright, did I skip this group here? Because if I did, I'm gonna have to kill. That's okay. I've done it before. Well, I might not have to do it, though. We'll let them enter the building, and let's see if we can sneak through. Aces. Let's go. We're almost there. It's almost over, you guys. It's almost over. It's almost over. It's fucking over. Fuck. Fuck, let's fucking go. Oh. Oh. I need to smoke after that. This rank was earned under Dhuum's Covenant. Alright, now I can play the game. Well, hold on. Let's see. What about marksmanship rune? The flowers.
can't take... Well, I mean, I can take all of this with me, but it's not really going to do me any good. Okay, let's sell. Okay, I know what to use this on. We have 2 charges left. Let's grab this Minor Vigor rune. Yeah, let's get both of these Vigor runes, because I can... Yeah. Okay, and then we'll just sell the rest. I don't think anybody caught that though. No? Yes? No? Not on mute, am I? What do I need char carvings for? Oh. 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 Okay, I'm taking these char carvings with me. What do I not need? That's fine. All right. All right. Ready to leave everything behind. Yeah, see you in 2 years. Yep. I'm not gonna die for another 2 years, according to this game. Okay, listening to the briefing given by Sir Titus and Prince Rudik. Fucking got it, though. I'm happy with myself. I've been inducted into Ascalon's Vanguard, the elite protectors who guard our nation when threatened from within or without. As part of the Vanguard, you're needed for a critical mission before we can begin our offensive against the Char. Sentry has spotted Fat Law Doomtooth and his war band in the old bunker out behind the Citadel. He must have found a passage that led here from the catacombs. Whatever his purpose, can be no good. As soon as you're ready, the Prince himself will accompany you to cast this Char Fiend out of our land. Where are we right now? Aha, I see. Shoot, I'm twice the level of the Prince himself. Outlaw Doomtooth, your days of harrying the citizens of Ascalon are over.
It was on that day that the Char discovered a way around the Great Wall, a way to bring it down.
That doesn't seem like an around thing. That seems like a through thing.
This is where the true story begins.
Welcome back, Kajix Ravenfang. Looks like the patrol went well, still in one piece at any rate. Listen, Prince Rurik sent me to ask you a favor. You've been in the field, so you probably haven't heard about this, but an ambassador's arrived from our old enemy, Kryta. They can help us fight the Char, but the king won't even talk to him.
prince hasn't been able to make any headway with his father, but he knows the king trusts Titus, and Titus trusts you. Would you perhaps talk to War Master Titus about this matter? He's in his usual place in Ascalon City. I gotta check in anyway, so... Okay, there's the avatar of Dwayna. Wait. You can have enchanted snowman as henchman? I should have saved my candy cane shards. That's okay, though. Okay, Priestess Clara can be found under the Winterstay tree next to Shield and the Winterstay Gift Giver. Yeah. Ah, there you are, Priestess Clara. I need as many of these as possible. Alright, we have 38 wintergreen candy canes, which will be useful when I die. I'm going to try not to, but I'm anticipating that at some point I will die. Because that's just the nature of this game. I'm going to try not to, but I'm probably going to die. Alright, so, question. Should I continue this for the next 40 minutes, or should I switch over to Batman Arkham City? Or should I leave Arkham City for tomorrow? I think having a full stream of Batman Arkham City might be more enjoyable for you guys. Man, I have so many dice right now. It is a recurve bow. Oh, no, but that's customized for somebody already.
Well, since I'm... Anybody there? You still good chat? Can you not? I guess not then. Okay, all working. Do I have any warrior tomes? I have a necro tome. Oh, I do have a warrior tome. Save yourselves. It's a Legion rank based. Okay, that's not gonna... We'll hold on to that then. All right, well, I think that's going to be it for tonight. Hope you guys enjoyed. Tomorrow I'll pick up the stream around about 4 or 6 and I'll play some Batman Arkham City, so I hope to see you guys there. Thanks for coming in, you guys. You guys have a great night, and I will see you guys next time.